Alright, hey there, E here, and we're back with more Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, and quite sleepy at that. Last time, we continued on with our quest to transfer the Imperial Tithe from the planet of Lethus over to Dargonus, where of course there are all sorts of issues. Initially we were accused of attempting to steal the tithe, but then after a brief bit of diplomacy, managed to convince the Arbites stationed there that Gamma was innocent, but a sudden activation of the planetary self-destruct kinda, made things a bit more pressing. And then when we went up to the orbital station, monitoring the planet, we found a lone servitor there who turned out to be Lady Theodora's older brother, who had been turned into a servitor as part punishment, part attempt to ensure her claim to the Rogue Trader dynasty, as well as to play a part in her active attempt to steal the Imperial Tithe. So yeah, there was an actual plot to steal the Imperial Tithe by the Von Valances family, though it was by Theodora. However though, as an upstanding rogue trader, Gamma did not take it for herself. Instead, on the unusual advice from Solomon, a portion of the tithe was transferred over to the various worlds in the Expanse to help them get through the current crisis. While enough was sent over to Dargonus for proper storage. Along the way back, though, we were attacked by a mysterious group. Rather strong fleet of unknown ships, all human, but we still managed to defeat them, though we do know that they were attempting to destroy the convoy rather than seize it, which was a bit odd. On arrival to Dargonus, Gamma was formally accused once again of attempting to steal a tithe by Prelate Vultur, the leader of the Administratorium, as well as Magistrate Strax. Mainly by Vultur though. However though, the charges were blatantly false, though rather than fight her directly, we opted to go to trial and prove Gamma's innocence there, which we were able to successfully do. And yeah, with all the evidence provided, we were able to get plenty of support from the Arbites commander, who was on planet Lethus, that Gamma was outstanding, as well as from all the major nobles of Dargonus, and oddly enough from the Sarabak family as well, despite their personal dislike of Gamma, including the fact that she was hitting on his wife. But even then, yeah, he still vouched for the rogue trader. All of which Vultur did not take too well and still attempted to claim a guilty sentence against Gamma, though she was able to turn everything around and reverse accusations onto Vultur, whereupon then she immediately started a rebellion with her group of mercenaries. Not sure what she was thinking with it, but she did attempt to kill the rogue trader, which went into a very interesting fight of having system of accusations and trying to fulfill those accusations in order to not be blasted by a very huge cannon. But all in all, we managed to get through it, and though we did have the opportunity to kill her once again, we opted to sentence her to spending the rest of her life counting the Imperial Tithe, which was sorely needed, considering that the last clerk who was ordered to count things didn't quite do the job so well. Due to a number of factors like random xenos eating the tithe, various things rotting, or yeah, the other scribes who were the other clerks who were meant to help, randomly dying off. So yeah, a lot of problems with that, but it's our problem now. As for the magistrate, for his part in this, as apparently he was kind of blatantly following false evidence, we could have executed him as well, but as he is quite useful and skilled, we sentenced him to command of Vibos 6. So he's over there now, taking over things. Hopefully he doesn't get eaten by gene stealers. As for now though, yeah, we're back to the rest of our companion quest on Dargonus. First up is Abelard's quest involving another criminal trial for his family. Then, depending on how long that takes, it'll then be on to Cabela's quest, which is just a small party. At least that's how it first appears. So that is the plan for today. Yeah, safe to assume that it'll probably be barely getting through Abelard's quest, and then maybe a portion of Cabela's. Probably having to finish Cabela's tomorrow. But if we do finish up with Cabela's today, then I'll be off to completing Heinrich's quest. So yeah, let's go ahead and get on with this one. Onto the world, yep, and we need Abelard. Not sure what we're supposed to do without Cabela then. And I think we do have a necessary party for all the skill checks. Oh, dead bodies. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand aside. No need to crowd around. Governor drives them. We'll take care of everything. It's ridiculous such a thing happening right in the Rogue Trader's palace. Well, there was that xenos attack a few, I guess, in-game months ago. Warden, you're confronted by the sight of dead bodies at the entrance to the palace. The corpses have been hauled into a pile. Some are dressed in the uniforms of palace wardens, while others are arrayed in the clothing typical of the Dargonus nobility. Warden, upon seeing you, the young enforcer stands at attention and swallows noisily. His voice trembles as he says, "Your ladyship, we are honored by your presence." Now then, what is this mess? You see, your ladyship, those people wanted to attack. The warden clears his throat. Second Lieutenant of the Palace Guard, Elam Waits, reporting shortly before you arrived, and we averted an assassination attempt on the Rogue Trader. The palace soldiers have detected intruders and engaged them in combat. Examine the assailants. Pascal. Observation. There are high-functioning servitor specimens present among the expired units. Such specimens are traditionally bestowed upon the noble houses that are most loyal to the sacred fellowship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Yeah, we know that the Gutprack house, I think it was, had ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus. The alchematics of the deceased do differ from the implants ordinary people wear. Their intricate construction makes it clear that the deceased were not ordinary humans. Abelard, he frowns. As far as I know, House Gutprack has received such servitors from the Crimson Priesthood as gifts in the past. Although, this is my first time seeing one myself. Yeah, so I was right. Where is the court chancellor, Clementia Werserian? Warden, I think she is with the rest of House Werserian, detained in the throne room, that is. Governor Drivestem has gathered all the Dargonus nobility there to pronounce a guilty verdict against House Werserian. Nice to know why. Why is the governor not here to greet the rogue trader? I do not know, your ladyship. Perhaps he is. Guard throws a fearful gaze at Abelard. You can probably find him in the throne room where the governor intends to put House Werserian on trial. Okay, so just a bit of a repeat there. Awareness. There's a crumpled up letter in the inside pocket of an assignment's jacket.
In this tapestry of a world,
Blood soaked jackets.
I am the
Did
rose
we...
red.
Yeah, we did get something. Bloodstained letter. Letter soaked in blood. Only a portion of the text is readable through the crimson blotches. Info and discreet. Keep away from lords and ladies. You must look like a noble to the servants and wardens. Do not engage in conversation with anyone. Your task is to avoid exposing yourself ahead of time and let the Werserians get away while the wardens are busy guarding the rogue trader.
They will see. Oh, yes.
Okay, so either attempting to frame them or were they generally trying to help the Werserians escape?
I am registering unconventionally high efficiency for the unit Cassia Orselio, relative to her limited experience. The unit status is being upgraded.
Knowledge is the key to everything, is it not, esteemed Magos? I learned this wisdom from your fellow priests, and it has helped me many times.
Alright, so we have some from Gaprak here. Bit odd. Swing and slightly mumbling to the Emperor.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Bunch of nameless nobles. Then we do have an appointment with Chancellor Clementia Werserian. My apologies, my lord, but you cannot go any further. Governor Drivestem's orders. This is ridiculous. I shall complain. Nor let her ladyship the rogue trader through. I humbly beg your pardon, your ladyship. Your ladyship, please, this way. Governor Urban Drivestem. Your ladyship, 'tis an honor. Governor Urban Drivestem seems to materialize out of thin air. Impressive considering his weight. Suddenly does he emerge from the crowd. I regret that such unfortunate circumstances have occasioned rogue trader's visit to the capital. Oh, that's Drivestem? I thought he was a bit different. A bit closer to Downrock's build. Oh well. Clementia. She tries to take a step forward, but the warden nearby stops her. Face is veiled with fear and weariness. Your ladyship, you are here. Please, you must hear us out. Alright, we are here for that. Drivestem. The rogue trader is undoubtedly here to listen to the testimony of each and every one of us, and to punish the traitors. The governor's words directed at Clementia are harsh. They are echoed by the scornful sneers and whispers of the assembled nobles. Abelard. We have known each other for many decades now, and we have had our fair share of disagreements, but Do you really think my flesh and blood would trample upon the very definition of honor and loyalty? Abelard's voice is quivering with rage. Drives son. The governor sweeps his gaze over Abelard, then replies, a faint shadow of a doubt in his voice. We have evidence in getting them, Abelard. I am sure that our relationship will arrive at a fair ruling. Alright, quite a few things. What are the charges against House Werserian? What happened on Dargonus in my absence? Why are the dead bodies at the entrance to my palace? Dresden, you're accusing one of Dargonus' leading nobles of treason without airtight evidence, are you? You aren't accusing one of Dargonus' leading nobles without evidence. Speaks to the houses present. Do you support the governor's accusations? Your words alone are not enough to make me doubt the loyalty of House Werserian as the rogue traitor. Order you to release them from your custody at once. Should at least hear them out. Sabotaging logistics. Rise conspiracy. The cases appear to be flimsy. I wish to learn more before I make my final decision. As you should. Especially considering what happened with Vultur. You don't have time to deal with the drive stem. Accept the findings of your investigation and find the Werserians guilty. Wow, that's just lazy. First off, what happened on Dargonus in my absence? Drivestem, when we got wind of the rumors of your disappearance, we patiently awaited news of your return, but then Dargonus was struck by a series of terrible events. First was the sabotage of logistics and hampered shipments, then mass unrest spread across the entire planet, and the minor noble houses began squabbling among themselves, trying to pin the blame on the rivals. We took great pains to calm them down and managed to quash the revolt, but not without some outside help, unfortunately. What side of outside help was that? Just glossing over that. These events have also been overshadowed by the I'm ashamed to even say it aloud in front of you, your ladyship. The rumor was circulating among the higher houses. The governor stammers, then takes a deep breath. Some were calling for Theodora's true heir to be installed as the head of your house, Gunnar Voidfear. Not all of your subjects have forgotten his past efforts for the benefit of their trade protectorate. Drives them stops talking, watching you with a tense expression. When the investigation was launched, the evidence led us to the Werserians. Interesting. That feels very unlikely. Well, then next is the dead bodies in front of the palace. The leadership, I humbly beg your pardon. Drives some bows, once again trying to placate you. You see, right before your arrival, the palace guards discovered a plot to assassinate you. Fortunately, the malefactors were disposed of before they could cause you any harm. Right, convenience. You do not know anymore, though. Would not seem so. Very well, what are the charges against House Werserian? Disruption of logistical lines, robbery of administrative officials, document forgery, and organization of radical insurrections. On top of the evidently devastating economic impact this has had on your protectorate, these criminal acts have impeded the delivery of the Imperial Tithe, which in turn have drawn the administrator's attention. Needless to say, this team of Arbites cannot ignore the situation either, and before their representatives arrive at the palace, we are obliged to identify and punish those responsible. Yeah, I wonder how that's going to work out, considering that the marshal is no longer present, and I'm sure they haven't had time to replace them. As well as all the problems with the administrator himself, considering Vultur is now gone, and probably all our followers as well have to be rooted out. So yeah, lots of problems. Alright, Clementia, what do you have to say for yourself? Clementia, your ladyship. House Werserian denies all charges laid against it, of course. She glances at the governor with defiance. These last few months have indeed been trying for Dargonus, but we have done our best to remedy the situation. My family's ever efforts was focused on stabilizing the capital's logistics and economy. So much so that we failed to notice the web of intrigue unfolding behind our backs. Isn't that more of a skill issue? Yeah, okay, now about the evidence. You do have solid evidence, right? Drive some, of course, have evidence, your ladyship. The investigation has established the members of the Werserian family, which is responsible for both Dargonus' fleet and logistics, use their contacts and influence to forge a host of documents in order to undermine the planet's supply routes and economy, thus fomenting unrest among the inhabitants. Allow me to introduce my son, Cornelius. The governor points to the lanky young man standing beside him. He bows curtly, but avoids meeting her eye. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the administrative palace, and it is thanks to him that we managed to identify and trace the entire chain of forged documents. The investigation led us to the perpetrators who claimed to be acting on orders of members of House Werserian. It was they who were intent on spreading the idea of restoring the title of House Rogue Trader to the true heir. Hey, Saranic. Cassia. The young man is shrouded in mist of gray and blue. Sickly shadows of fear are fluttering around him. She speaks so quietly that only you can hear her. Alright, so he's afraid of something. As for the other houses, do you support the governor's accusations? The aristocrats and attendants exchange glances. Noble lords averting their gazes, and the noble ladies hiding behind their fans. No one is willing to be the first to answer. Mikari Sarabak. Over his many years of service, Governor drives them earn Theodora's trust. Yeah, but we know Theodora has issues, though. So, trust doesn't mean that much. Then again, he did kind of speak up for Gamma during the trial. And he holds his high office for a reason. Sarabak's tone is stern and imperious. On behalf of House Sarabak, I support his accusations. Regina. My apologies, your ladyship, but I wish to speak too. She looks into her eyes with a tender half smile and turns her gaze on her husband. Of course I agree with my husband. Governor drives them would not press charges against anyone if we were not absolutely certain of the authenticity of the evidence he had unearthed. I think anyone here would agree that anyone who ever doubts the authority of the rogue trader should be prosecuted. I'm sure your ladyship, you will eradicate the scourge of heresy from your domain. He bows to you deferentially while maintaining eye contact with you. Toriana Gaprak. Your ladyship, Governor Drevstam has always faithfully served the rogue trader of House Ramblins and concerned himself with the future of your trade dynasty, and so House Gaprak thinks his charges against House Werserian to be sound. The Alchemetics hide Toriana's emotion, but her voice sounds slightly timorous. Yeah, kind of expected. We do know that the other houses don't particularly like the Werserians. Yeah, so they're not exactly looking too closely at the evidence, just more taking Drevstam's word. Clementia, I humbly ask you to allow me to speak in my defense of my family's honor. The evidence provided by the governor is utterly false. I cannot refute it, but I can say with confidence that no one from my family has ever tried to forge documents in the Adeptus Administratum, let alone undermine the economy of your capital. Yeah, we can't just trust you. Your words alone are enough to make me doubt the loyalty of House Werserian. As a rogue trader, I order you to release them from custody at once. No, that's kind of trampling over everyone else, though, and could easily lead to rebellion. Let's see, sabotaging logistics, riots, and conspiracy. Case appears to be flimsy. Wish to learn more before I make my final decision. Then otherwise, just pronounce them guilty. Yeah, already went through the other ones. Alright, let's go over the evidence then. Drevstam, as you wish, your ladyship. The governor inclines his head in a stiff bow. Speak to me when you're ready to announce your verdict. Abelard, thank you for your willingness to help, Lord Captain. I'm certain that all the charges are false, and I would be grateful for your help in exposing them as such. I think you should speak to everyone present, the noble lords and ladies. And they all go to the separate corners.
Patience! Oh, my nerves are frayed.
First off, where is that shady merchant? Need to buy more pet items. Or is he not here today? Okay, this is Drivestem and what, his nephew or son? Otherwise, family member. Okay, this is the Caprak corner. Starback as usual. Then Clementia. Alright, let's start off with Clementia. Oh wait, let's talk to Cornelius first. Yeah, he was the one who brought the evidence to light. Governor Drivestem is surrounded by his retinue, who are all dressed in expensive gowns and finery. The matching color schemes of the outfits and the striking physical rhythms among them suggest that they all come from one family. Urban Drivestem, your ladyship, thank you for giving the case your undivided attention. The governor bows, and the rest hasten to follow suit. Wish to hear your reason again. What do you make of this letter found on one of the assailants? All the assailants were high-functioning servitors, as such servitors are only employed by families close to Adeptus Mechanicus. Tell me more about your son. Too busy to deal with this. Find the Werserians guilty. She'll return to you later. Alright, first off, about the letter. Governor Drivestem peers closely at the blood-stained paper. Looks like another piece of evidence incriminating House Werserian. Perhaps they truly did intend to kill you, or at least cause a stir to help them escape custody during the confusion that followed. Yeah, but pretty blatant of criminals to carry such a type of evidence. All the assailants were high-functioning servitors. What about that? High-functioning servitors, Drivestem ponders this, rubbing his chin with his thumb. Such servitors are indeed rare, and the Caprak do have them in their service, but this could have been done intentionally with an eye to confusing you. Anyone with the desire and sufficient funds can hire them. Yeah, Sam can be sent out that letter. So just being dismissive of it. Alright. Let's see. Do you have anything else to add about the evidence, by the way? About the evidence and reasoning? As soon as the logistical and economic problems gave rise to initial rumors, we tried to find the person responsible for spreading calls for Voidfear's return. The investigation showed that some of the documents inside the Adeptus Administratum were forgeries. We can thank my son, Cornelius, for such astute observations. Your ladyship, a slender young man bows to you awkwardly and nervously licks his dry lips. I assure you that my humble person is undeserving of your attention. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Administratum Palace. Administratum Palace. It was he who discovered the errors leading to the disrupted logistics. It is also thanks to him that we found the perpetrators of the forgeries, who admitted to acting on the orders of House Werserian. Alright, so there is that. So about your son, Cornelius. Thank you for your interest in your relationship, but I am not worried of it. Very nervous, the governor's son bows and stands still as he nervously stares down at the floor. Urband, son, show due respect. Forgive him, your ladyship. This is the first time he has had the honor of attracting the attention of the rogue trader. Alright, understandable then. Tell me more about Yeah, tell me more about your job. What do you do? Cornelius, I manage the documents and records related to the economy of Dargonus. Probably know how scrupulous the workers of the Adeptus Administratum are. I'm afraid that a more detailed explanation of my duties would mirror the administrative process of the Administratum. Too long and overly detailed. Cornelius tries to look in the eye, but it's clearly hard for him to do. Have more confidence in yourself, boy. How did you manage to find the forged documents in the bureaucratic hell that is the Administratum? When compiling the reports on the last cycle supply chain, I noticed inaccuracies and discrepancies in the figures. With the help of the other clerks, I managed to find several other documents. Cornelius stammers and swallows noisily. Comprehensive data analysis has shown that the discrepancies were caused by intentional tampering with the data, thus leading to some logistical problems that were practically unsolvable. Father and I have managed to single out the Administratum clerks responsible for tampering with the data. Following heated interrogation, they confessed that they were following the orders of someone from House Werserian. Everything was supposed to look as though they were the ones suffering losses from logistical and economic problems. But does House Werserian have access to the Adeptus Administratum? There is no conceivable way they could do all this in a place where they do not hold power. Oh, is that true then? Before replying, the governor's son nervously adjusts his expensive frock coat. I think the right amount of money can open any door. Fair enough. Cornelius, what is the true reason for your nervousness? The young man's pupils suddenly dilate. He stands at attention and replies to you in one breath. This is the first time I have spoken to you face to face, Rogue Trader. I am afraid of saying something wrong or forgetting something important. Understandable. Say something wrong and then you could be you that's in trouble. Urban. The governor closely watches his son. His tone changes, now sounding strict and curt. Do you wish to tell the Lord Captain anything else? Coercion. Place your hand on your weapon. You are speaking to a rogue trader, and my patience is running out. Okay, just randomly threatening him. So you cannot contain your awe in the face of grand persona of your lady. I will not trouble you with any more questions. No, that's just abandoning this whole thing. So yeah, if you have anything to say. You see the flash of terror in Cornelius' eyes as he stares at your hand on your weapon. He speaks quietly and confusedly without raising his head. Forgive me, your ladyship. I can't do it anymore. This lie has gone too far, and I can no longer control it. The truth is the archaeological problems were caused by a single error in the numbers. My mistake. Urban, what? Urban looks genuinely shocked and enraged. Cornelius, when I discovered my mistake, it was almost impossible to restore the supply lines. Then, I was approached by someone who said they were a friend. They did not give me their name, and I never saw their face. They promised to fix the problem. All I had to do was pretend that the Werserians were responsible for the mistake. And as for the rest of the evidence, they promised to arrange it all, and Cornelius is suffocating with fear, unable to speak. Urban. He curls his hands into a fist, the knuckles turning white. What have we done? How could you? Your ladyship. He suddenly turns to you as if trying to shield the sun. This is my fault. I trusted my son, and have failed you in doing so. I beg you, have mercy. Abelard. He shakes his head. And you called my family's honor into question, Urban. Nevertheless, I harbor no desire to kill a man when he is down. Captain, the confession you have obtained means the House Werserian can now be cleared of all charges. Yes, but it's still the matter of the other party involved. Exactly, but we still do not know who is behind the forgeries, the riots, the plot, and the assassination attempt. Someone is committing their foul deeds and is sowing chaos right under your subjects' noses. To leave a stone unturned would be dangerous. Exactly, Abelard. Cornelius drives them, hereby sentence you to death immediately. Urban, your son was found. His father curse should make a mistake. I will try to find some compassion for him in my heart. Probably. But depends on how willing you are to help. What is this friend that approached you, Cornelius? How did the two of you communicate? Cornelius, a letter. I received a letter out of the blue one day. It was unsigned, but the person writing already knew about my erroneous calculations. Really now? So how did they know about that? They offered it to help me cover up my misdeed, and in return, I would name the Werserians as the ones who had sabotaged the supply lines. All I had to do was gather together some documents and reports that were listed in one of the letters. That and keep my mouth shut. Yeah, a bit odd how they knew about it. So there could be something more to that, but regardless, you did kinda fold rather quickly to that. But yeah, try and find some compassion for him. Urban, thank you, your ladyship. The governor bows low, gives his son a look of bitterness and frustration. And as for your position, I think you'll be reassigned to a role requiring less responsibility. Alright, return later. We still have other things to investigate. See if they know about that attempted assassination attempt. And also to see if they were privy to any of the information, or we're just going with what drives them said because of their own opinions on Werserians. Caprak. Yeah, about you guys. Vincent and Toriano. Just those two. The lords and ladies, sumptuously dressed in the clothes of House Caprak, are standing in a half circle around Toriana and her son, Vicent. The bodies and faces of almost every member of this dynasty are covered in large, ornate augmentics. Toriana. She curtsies to you, her mechanical voice sounds distant and indifferent. Greetings, your ladyship. May the Omnissiah grant you understanding. With a click, her visor oculars swivel to the seneschal. Abelard. It must be difficult for you to be here under the circumstances, with your house standing accused of such a grave crime. Abelard, my family leader Toriana is yet to be found guilty of anything. That verdict's for the rogue traitor to reach. Would be interesting to just still pronounce his family guilty anyways. But no. Do you think accusations against the Werserian family are true? In your opinion, which nobles might have reason to be party to such a conspiracy? I have examined the bodies of the assailants that were killed today. All of them are high-functioning servitors. Such servitors only employed by families closely to Adeptus Mechanicus. Isn't that so? I found this note on the bodies of one of the attackers. What are your thoughts on it? Vicent, I wish to speak to you. Okay, a bit odd. Alright, just go ahead and start from the top. Do you think the accusations against the Werserian family are true? Oriana, I would not take such a responsibility upon myself and rule on their guilt, your ladyship. I do think Governor Drivestam's accusations are worthy of consideration, however. Okay, she probably heard the same evidence that we were given. In your opinion, which might have a reason to be party to such a conspiracy? He thinks for several moments before replying. Pardon my bluntness, your ladyship. I will answer truthfully. It could be anyone. Greed, fear, and ideals can drive even the most loyal subjects to do the unthinkable. Accurate. I've examined the bodies of the assailants and that were killed today. All of them were high-functioning servitors. So what are your thoughts? It is impossible to read Toriana's emotions in her heavily augmented face. but her sudden turn toward her family betrays her confusion and surprise. Perplexed, whispers a bounce from one family member to another. Impossible. We came here by ourselves, without any servitors. We know nothing about it. Toriana, leadership, thank you for informing us of this. You're absolutely right. My house has indeed been endowed with high-functioning servitors, a blessing for those who revere the Messiah. But today, none of our house members were accompanied by them. So you say. About the notes? Her mechanical fingers grip the paper. Officially, high-functioning servitors are employed by my house, and my house alone. If such units were to check the rogue trader, suspicion would instantly fall upon the Caprax. I assume that this is what the Werserians intended to happen, but they did not expect that the servitors would have this letter on them. Yeah, but how would they get access to those servitors? Vincent, apparently we're supposed to talk to you. Oh. New location. And we're floating. Fantastic. Vincent, ready to serve your ladyship. How may I help you? What do you make of the charges against the Werserian family? Could they truly be guilty? I do not think I can doubt the validity of the accusations, but Vincent's voice trails off and he seems to retreat in himself for a moment. Before continuing, he takes a deep breath. I'm also not sure the House Werserian had a reason to betray you, your ladyship. I do not know of any instance where their loyalty to you and the Emperor was anything less than unwavering. Okay, so no clue either way. I never care for Astardia Werserian. Are you prepared to watch her die? Oh yeah, he did have feelings for her. Vincent's jaw augmented screeches slightly. The young man scrutinizes his mother and other family members for a few months, and they are not even here. No, they are not. There's something you ought to know, your ladyship. Did I notice one of my family members to be in an odd, uncharacteristic mood? Callan Gaprak is my paternal second cousin once removed. May the Emperor save his soul. Usually reserved and self-possessed, today he was frantic and anxious, fidgeting with a small piece of paper, and seemingly looking for someone to no avail. When I saw him, he was headed to the entrance hall, where the altars are. Perhaps you should talk to him. That will do. Yeah, we did see like a Gaprak on our way in.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
There you are. Did you have a name earlier? Or no? Finally dressed man of middle years is kneeling in front of the altar. His palms folded in a pair close to his face. The implant-free parts of his skin are sickly blue color. The noble man does not react to your presence. He does not lift his head. He does not blink. He does not even breathe. Only when you draw closer do you realize that he is dead. Oh. Well, that's not very good. That's the altar. Abelard looks at the man, his eyes grim. Because of House Caprak, I do not believe he decided to take his own life in such an extravagant way. As far as I know, there's a warden post here, but I do not see any wardens. Zedral looks around. There's no one to ask about what happened here or with whom this man spoke before he died. I would like to ask Urban where the palace guard suddenly disappeared to. Gabella quickly examines the body. This man was poisoned, a paralyzing toxin. The victim cannot scream, call for help, attract attention, or even breathe. Good tool for silent killing. I have made use of it in the past. Of course you did. Alright, failed the examination. Closely examine the body. and identify any wounds or any other obvious cause of death. Pascal. His visors emit a series of clicks. He points to the dead man's neck without hesitation. I'm registering an injection site. Hey, good for you, Pascal. There are no visible wounds on the body, but near the edge of the gold-trimmed collar, he notices a tiny puncture in his blue skin, likely a wound caused by a thin needle. Okay, search the jacket. You discover a secret pocket lining the dead man's luxurious jacket. You find a folded piece of paper inside, hiding behind a handkerchief embroidered with the initials HG. Short note. Make sure that the rogue trader is attacked by someone loyal. It should appear as if it was all staged to let the Werserian family escape. This is a last assignment. Soon, your debt will be paid off in full. Yeah, so it was staged. But to what extent? Let's see, look around. You're almost certain that the wardens are usually stationed nearby, but the post is empty. Where have they gone? This would be an excellent question to put to Governor Dressem.
In this tapestry of a world,
Back to
I
Governor.
am the rogue thread.
No, apparently we can't talk to him. No, alright. Just ask him about these servitors from outside. Cornelius, what about you? No. Alright.
Patience! My nerves are frayed.
Maybe Visit or Toriana will have something to change this. I discovered a dead body, a member of your house, right here in my palace. He died kneeling in a prayer. Toriana covers her open mouth with her hand in surprise and, turning to her family, looks for someone among them. Alan, can't be. Yeah, Alan was it. Tell me about him. Alan is one of the lower-ranking members of the House Caprak. Despite his advanced age, he never held a high office, but he was forever striving to better his position. Even beyond his abilities, many members of my house struggled to cope with the misfortune that befell Kiavgama and our family. Some members could not reconcile themselves to our new position. Alan was one of them. Anything would happen to him. Toriana's visor, ocular, are fixed on the floor, her fingers restlessly clenching in the fabric of her dress. Abelard, Toriana, the time to keep silent is long gone. The future of the Von Realized trade dynasty and your house are both at stake now. Toriana, we lost Kiavgama. A truly devastating blow to every member of House Caprak. I also hope for the future, and my kin lost their sense of purpose. Didn't we save it and you still had control of it? It is time to recover and chart a new course for ourselves. We were, and still are, more capable of doing that. I will not deny it. The other houses have offered us their assistance for their own self-serving ends. Perhaps Halland decided to take them up on one of the offers behind my back. Abelard, the Seneschal, bows ever so slightly and speaks quietly so that only you can hear him. Lord Captain, the Capraks. All, or perhaps only some of them, are definitely involved. I suspect they were not behind the plot against you. Alan Caprak could be nothing more than a puppet in the hands of a deft puppet master. We must expose whoever that is if we are to prevent the pestilence of heresy from spreading any further. Understood. So what do you suggest? Interrogate the heads of the drive system in Sarback houses. One of them has been pulling strings here. Once we uncover new evidence, announce that the guilty party will be publicly executed. Before you pronounce the verdict, I suggest focusing on each house in your indictment speech, and I shall observe them. Alright, interesting plan. Just trying to watch for a reaction. I've known those people far longer than you have. I know all the gestures, habits, and behavioral quirks. I'm sure that we'll be able to determine which of them is responsible for the rights based on their behaviors. If you say so. And the last person will be Sarbacks.
In my veins.
Hetka, Macarius, and Regina. Macarius. Before bowing, Sarback scrutinized you with a bitter, judgmental look. Your ladyship? Hetka, looking like a young copy of his father, standing at a slight distance, close to his mother. The expensive yet understated dress serves to highlight the dazzling beauty of Macarius' wife Regina. Macarius. Sarback stares at irritate and revulsion flickers across his face. Yes, of course he does. Regina, your ladyship, I am delighted that you have chosen to grace us with your attention. She drops into a curtsy while looking intently into your eyes. As always. Do you really believe the Werserians are guilty? Who apart from the Werserians could have a motive to conspire against me? Lore check. Look closely at Macarius. Kiss Regina's hand and moderately Sarback. This island sent to the palace were rare high-functioning servitors. You think the Caprex could be behind the attack? I discovered your body in my palace, and a man of House Caprec was killed while praying to the Emperor. He had this note on him. Do you know anything about it? Well, first I'll be polite to the lady. Noticing your gesture, Regina readily extends her delicate hand, her nails long and manicured. Why, how kind of you to say, your ladyship. Macarius, burning eyes fixed on you, Sarback straightens and leans forward, trying to partially occupy the space between you and his wife. Set aside the doom and gloom of current events. In your husband's dour family, you look especially dazzling today. Okay, I wonder where this is going. A flirtatious spark flares in the beautiful lady's eyes. Really, your ladyship. I'm glad to hear this from the rogue trader, especially today. Macarius almost sparks, each word striking like a hammer. Strikes metal. Regina, step away from her ladyship. Regina's high voice almost breaks into a shriek, interrupts her husband, retorting defiantly and dissuadingly. Oh, throne preserve you, Macarius. Stop being so jealous and make a scene over nothing. Just because a crude blockhead like you lacks the refinement and courtesy of Gamma von Valansis. Regina. Her voice drops to a whisper so that only you can hear her. His bile poisons the air around him wherever he goes. Once he gets something into his head, he hairs off to remove the heads of others just to prove that he is in the right. Yeah, he does seem rather stressed. And then look closely at Macarius. Despite Sarback's attempts to suppress his revulsion, the presence of a human in the retinue undoubtedly reflects his fervent desire to eliminate the enemies of humanity. As he should as a loyal member of the Imperium. Do my companions distress you, Sarback? Don't feel that's all that relevant. Plus, we've already pushed him enough. Do you really believe the Werserians are guilty? Macarius. Certainly, Sarback replies without hesitation. Governor Drivesome possesses proof of their guilt, and they have no means by which to refute it. Even if I were to entertain the idea that the Werserians are being framed, how much longer would their house have lasted anyways, if it is so ill prepared for treachery? He addresses Abelard with a slightly mocking tone. My advice to House Werserian would be not to appeal to the rogue trader for help, but instead to simply stop, accept their fate, and not make matters worse for themselves. And little does he know, we already know that they're innocent. Abelard, I cannot remember Gamabon when I was seeking your advice on what House Werserian should do in this situation. Pay attention, Macarius. Focus on the rogue trader's questions. Who apart from the Werserians could have a motive to conspire against me? House Drivesome, wishing to expand their clout. House Caprak, who lost their influence after the Kiabagam incident. And then, as we know from last time, Prelate Vultur, for her own desires. Sarback looks back at his family and turns to you again. House Sarback, whose patriarch is too direct in his communication with the rogue trader. Anyone could have a reason to conspire against you, and equally, they could have none. It is not a question of motive, but of loyalty. Each of your subjects has sworn an oath of loyalty to you, so whose sincerity do you doubt? And despite all that, we know that Sarback is loyal, despite his opinions. Yeah, but we're still trying to find the whole issue of who else was conspiring with Cornelius, or who is behind Cornelius. Now then, about those servitors. Sarback looks briefly away and replies to you with a curt laugh. I've always thought Toriana too weak to participate in such risky ventures, but it seems I was wrong about her. Alright, so fully believes that Caprak was involved then. I discovered a dead body in my palace. A man of House Caprak was killed while praying to the Emperor. He had this note on him. Do you know anything about it? Macarius looks at the note without taking it from your hands and replies without hesitation. No, I know nothing about this note. Swift reply. Really nothing more from that. It would seem so.
What lies beyond?
Sorry, your leadership, and these accusations against my family simply make no sense. I humbly beseech you to speak with Clementia. As you are closer, the wardens step aside, bowing respectfully, allowing you to approach the Werserian family. Clementia, tired and slightly disheveled, is the first to bow her head to you in deference. Several men and women behind her follow suit. Clementia, your ladyship. The woman stammers as if lost for words. Accept my most humble apologies for failing to greet you properly, and my thanks for agreeing to speak to me before making your final decision. Charges brought by the governor are severe, but I can only assure you of this and swear on my own honor, we are not guilty of crimes the House Werserian is accused of. Abelard, Clementia. A hint of sorrow creeps into Ablard's voice, belying his stern facade. You were acting head of this family. You were supposed to take care of each and every family member, and now you're being accused of treason and collusion against a rogue traitor. The entire family is facing death. How could you let this happen? To some extent, he seems more concerned about their failure to stop this plot. Are you guilty? Be honest. I will not tolerate lies. Well, we know that you're not. The government claims you forged documents at Administratum. We know that they did not. The fleet is a primary remit of House Werserian. These are our responsibility. Logistics and supply routes are another area of our responsibility. We have no direct influence on the inner workings of the Adeptus Administratum. First large-scale deliveries were cancelled after quantities of food were miscalculated by clerks in Administratum. Then we were faced with incorrect weather data and a meager fuel budget. It was clear that the cause of all these problems was the calculations performed in Administratum. In one way or another, but no matter how many times we asked, we could not even obtain any clarifications on this matter. Maybe that's how the other party became aware of the errors. Then they tracked it down themselves. Let's see. Letter on one of the bodies of the heretics. Welcome reads the letter. The Werserians behind her read it over her shoulder. That your ladyship, let's be frank, it would be foolish to try and orchestrate something like this. Knowing how many wardens are patrolling the palace, I would not have let myself or anyone in my family get involved in such a scheme. Understood, and it would be equally foolish to leave such a letter as well. Attackers will have functioning servitors. Servitors, is that so? Clementina crosses her arms and furrows her brow deep in thought. I have encountered servitors that were indistinguishable from normal augmented humans. Only once. They were accompanying several members of House Caprak. I wonder if this is all just clues to help point to the it's context to point to the other clues in case we failed the checks or whatever. Failed the other checks or just failed to check out things ourselves. We sense again from framing you. We know that everyone does. Yep, anyone really. Lady Theodora chose to grant noble status to House Werserian, but the other houses, which have served in the expanse for millennia, did not welcome the decision. It has led to some difficulties. Yep, we are already aware of that aspect. I want to find out what's going on here and who the real mastermind behind this all is. Where should I start? Let's go to the body of Owlcat Games here. Yeah, there's no one. Do you know anything about it? The members of Werserian crowd around. I'm not sure if it's relevant, but perhaps you should know. Since the fall of Kiavagama, House Caprak has been faring poorly, to say the least. They have been looking for ways to enhance their influence and to improve the lot, including asking for help from the other noble houses. They have not approached us, of course. It is shameful to seek help from those you consider your inferiors. You understand, but perhaps the Drive Stems or the Sauerbachs can tell you more about this matter. Yeah, Sauerbach was dismissive and couldn't talk to Drive Stem about it. But yeah, it's probably whoever confronted Cornelius about this had also been contacted by Howland on a separate occasion. And just uses that to kind of coordinate everything. Let's see, where should we start? We're not gonna be much help. Talk to the representatives of the houses. Alright.
They will see.
Alright, so nothing too
They
new.
all will see.
And let's just do it once more with everyone else again. Make sure nothing new popped up. Then we can go and talk to Urban the last time. Okay, nothing new with Sauerbach. Toriana. Nope, nothing with you. Oh, now Now something that's new is appearing. Do you see Helen Caprak today before I arrived? Urban, Helen, I did not see him myself, but perhaps. Gunnar turned to our nest family. Have any of you seen him today? The nobles talk quietly among themselves, and then a middle-aged woman with a tall scarf with a hairstyle replies, I think my sister and I saw him sitting on the bench at some distance away from the palace's entrance. I think he was accompanied by a gentleman. But forgive us, your ladyship. Do not make out his face. Okay, to that place then. Of course, consider it done.
In this
Is that you or is that
tapestry
someone
of a
else?
world,
No, that's you.
I am the rogue thread.
Right. My self-destruct converts with someone around here.
My house would be proud of me.
Recognize this bouquet. House Sarbeck usually serves this wine. Alright, so it's Sarbeck that we're conversing with them. Yeah, nothing new when asking about the dead body.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Okay, maybe we'll ask about the dead body now. Remember how Skaprak was killed in the palace? The governor's eyes bulged in surprise. And no one noticed, but how? There are wardens posted at every altar. Yeah, but there was no one near the deceased. The wardens hadn't left the post. Did you order them to do so? Emperor forbid, your ladyship. The governor helplessly throws his hands up in the air as if to signify his powerlessness. Our lord, your negligence is stunning, Urban. An assassination attempt followed by a mysterious death. And yet, here you are, oblivious to everything. The rogue traitor can justly accuse you of allowing a noble to be killed in the battles and of failing even to notice. Urban, it may be so, but it is for the rogue traitor to accuse me of negligence, not you. The governor addresses you once more. Your ladyship, accept my deepest apologies for my imprudence. Nothing matters more to me than my honor. I shall send the servants to deal with all this immediately.
Ha! There will be no peace in
So
my
you
wake.
say. A dead body is still a dead body. Yeah, a bunch of aristocrats down here. Not really saying anything. Oh. Leadership, are you leaving already? Leadership, are you leaving already? But everyone is waiting eagerly for your verdict. They ask you to speak with the governor, address him before the... Oh, okay. So just that. I thought he had something to say. Well, something more unique.
One
Anyways, hold
step
on,
at
be
a
right back.
time, amidst the madness.
Mouse, 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 mouse. Okay. So, right, let's continue on. Yeah, not bring up anything else. Alright, summon everyone. Many faces are watching you, each and every one waiting the rogue trader's verdict with bated breath. The charges brought by Governor Dresden were fabricated. House Werserian had nothing to do with the orchestration of riots or the plot targeting the rogue trader. However, the rogue traders are here in this very room. The Seneschal Abelard, the Seneschal nods to you as if urging you to continue, and shifts his piercing gaze to the crowd before you. Ooh, a whole lot of awareness. Urban Drevstum, you have exhibited inexcusable negligence by failing to question the possible involvement of any other family besides the Werserians. We have discovered that the attempt on my life was orchestrated by a member of House Caprak. Urban Drevstum, you have accused House Werserian of violations that were in truth the result of a grave error committed by your son. Toriana, member of your family, orchestrated an assassination attempt against me here in my own palace, and though he has already been found dead, his act is reason enough to forever brand your house as traitors. Makaria Sarbak, your overt contempt towards me is reason enough to implicate you in this conspiracy. Wow, just Sugan vibes. Not evidence. I know that House Sarbak offered their help to the Capraks, and the late Hallan Caprak seemed to have accepted the offer. I suspect you are responsible for his death as well. Yeah, that one seems the most reasonable. Sarbak furrows his brow and slightly cocks his head. He averts his gaze for the first time as if trying to remember or make sense of something. You notice some restless movements behind him. Abelard narrows his eyes and scrutinizes Makari Sarbak and his retinue standing behind him. His sharp eyes light up when he catches a sight of something important and hidden in the crowd. The Seneschal looks at you and nods, as to say, the puppeteer has given themselves away. Pronounce the verdict. No, already. Toriana, member of your family, orchestrated an assassination attempt against me. Mocking whispers creep through the crowd. Toriana is trembling faintly. She still does not raise her head, perhaps out of fear, or meeting her fate face to face. Seneschal's hard gaze softens, an elusive gesture, visible only to you, conveys the message. Toriana Caprak is guilty only of her own poor judgment. About Drivestone, you have exhibited inexcusable negligence by failing to question the possible involvement of any other family beside the Werserians. The governor closes his eyes, fear and shame getting the better of him. Some faces in the crowd look confused and surprised, but you see more wearing expressions of self-satisfied contempt. Abelard looks from the governor to you and subtly shakes his head as if to say, no, it's not Drivestem pulling the strings here. Alright, so we could have just gotten away with Starbuck then. In a conspiracy against the rogue trader, I find House Starbuck guilty. The head of your family has never tried to hide his attitude. That is more than enough reason to convict him. House Caprak. Why not drive some? Oh yeah, House Starbuck guilty. Seneschal, you may take it from here. Abelard steps forward and stares intently at House Starbuck's patriarch. Macarius, I must admit I've always admired your bluntness, but just as I once had to say goodbye to promotion because of my dislike for intrigue, you and your family might soon say goodbye to your heads. Tell me now, in your blunt fashion, are you loyal to House von Valensis? Macarius. His eyes narrows his eyes, grimacing. I am loyal, Werserian. Yes, and we do know that, considering what happened last time. Abelard studies Starbuck, then suddenly nods. You're not lying. But someone else is poised to destroy both you and your family for her own gain. Macarius does not have time to respond. Regina, who is standing beside him, raises her arm as if to stop the elderly seneschal. Abelard definitely catches her wrist, stopping her hand right in front of his face. Her dainty hand is adorned with a massive augmetic ring, topped with a thin spike dripping with venom. And that was Regina all along. Macarius. He shifts his confused gaze from his wife to Abelard, and then back again. His stiff arrogance has vanished from his posture. Regina, you? Hetka. Mother. Upon realizing what happened, Hetka recoils from his mother. But didn't they say that Alan was meeting with the guy, though? Abelard. Macarius, bluntness makes you an open book. When I talked about helping the Caprax, you had no idea what I was referring to. Your wife, on the other hand, her eyes started shifting like you would not believe. Regina Sarback, you alone betrayed the rogue trader, jeopardizing prosperity of the von Valensis trade dynasty. And you alone are responsible for your unmasking. I suppose she could have just had one of her servants contact Hallen. Say that would have just been simple for her. Why'd you kill Hallen? Who aided you? There's no way you managed this on your own. Regina, why did you do this? Thought there would have been something special between us. Abelard's sentence has yet to be carried out. Finish this. No, we need to find out if there's anything more to this. So yeah, why did you do this? Regina, like the spike on her ring. Regina's words are dripping with poison and rags. Yeah, poison and rage. Makes more sense. Because Dargonus is serving an imposter. The true heir of the Protector bears a different name. When Cunard appears on Dargonus, he paid me a visit and opened my eyes to the truth of the situation. Theodora was killed by the one whom she had so unwarily taken under her wing. Yes, Argenta. So he wasn't lying about that. Surprised he knew, though. Macarius is too narrow-minded to even consider opposing the rogue trader, even an illegitimate one. So I had to wait for the right moment, and the disappearance of the Lord Captain could not have come at a better time. It was quite simple to trigger a chain of events on Dargonus, so that the people remembered Master Voitress' past service. Seems that many of our subjects did not actually consider you a worthy successor. Wow, harsh. Now, why the Werserians? Because when stripped of the Seneschal's protection, this house is the weakest one on all of Dargonus, and they are also particularly disliked by the governor's family. It would have been easy to bury the Werserians under accusations of heresy. Yeah, makes sense. They are so disliked so much that nobody would look that closely at the evidence. Who aided you? There's no way you managed this all on your own. Of course I didn't. I had too many helpers to list them all. Rest assured, there are plenty of them, just as there are plenty of people who follow Master Voidfear. My death will not change anything. The true rogue trader will come and take his rightful place when the time is right. Unlikely. So why'd you kill Hallen? Hallen was a good agent, but he was also a coward. He came to me just before our formidable rogue trader arrived. He was ready to confess everything. I suggested that he plead for the Emperor's forgiveness first. And he did grant him mercy, did he not? How cruel of you. Right, but if he did go directly to you, then why did drive some people identify him as meeting with a man? I wonder if that's just a typo then. I thought there could have been something special between us. Well, no, obviously that was a lie. Regina cocks her head and smiles at you just as sweetly as before. I admit I had my regrets about causing you such difficulties. But what was I to do? Duty calls for us to rein in our most genuine desires. Isn't that right, rogue trader? Fair enough. Abelard, sentence has yet to be carried out. Finish this. Abelard turns his gaze to you. Does the rogue trader condemn only the rotten apple or the entire barrel? Entire family, the foul blood will be wiped out? No, they are... No, we know... Yeah, we know that they're loyal. So, we'll just focus on Regina. I will not exterminate an entire noble line that is loyal to me just because of one traitor. But in that case, Regina Sarbeck shall be subjected to intense interrogation followed by execution. Oh, and Traitor's Ring. Oh, is that the poison? Fires a liquid first shot once per combat. 10 toxic damage applies melting every turn. Neat items, but generally pretty useless considering the other items you can get. Alright, so is that all there is to this? Might just be only a follow-up on the ship, but... yeah, I'm not sure there's anything else though. However, the traitor Regina Sarbeck is sentenced to death for Werserian crimes against the Von Vance's trade dynasty. Oh, and making it a party. Should have given it to one of the spinners for that. Could have made it last. Yeah, I wonder why Cabela did not ask for the honor of the execution. Abelard, when the nobles disperse, sated by the bloody performance, Abelard approaches you, his steps firm. Lord Captain? Yeah, I don't know how Makarios is going to be about all this, if he's going to stay loyal after this or not. Abelard, yeah, my thanks. A rogue trader should not waste time on the matters that her servants and trustees can resolve. In this case, your intervention was necessary, not just for the sake of my family, but for your trade dynasty as well. Regina Sarbeck evidently couldn't as accomplices to continue to plot against your protectorate. I fear we have not heard the last of such scoundrels. Yep, executed her on treason. Bound to show up again later. Yeah, it really feels like the Sarbeck family are going to be more problematic later on now. Thank you, Lord Captain. House Werserian is saved, although it came close to being wiped out as a result of scheming without any imprudence within. Abelard pauses for a moment, staring off into the distance. Sometimes I think about how much I could teach them. I can assure that they survive even the future without me. Right, so what are you gonna do now? Abelard, I need time to reflect on what happened and the role I played in it. I think I will be ready to resume this conversation later, when we are back aboard the ship. Abelard bows to you deferentially and turns away, lost in thought. Alright, so that's right, there's going to be a follow-up on the ship. Am I doing anything with you? No. Okay, Abelard is over here. There's the shady merchant Or curiosity merchant. Danrock. Yeah, I think we have to talk to him to start the party with Cabela. Yeah, and Draft Sim is not down here. Alright. And Achilles is gone. Curiosity merchants. There's a Zern captain who owns a unique protocol, a family heirloom which he has refused to sell to me. His ship is called the Renegade's Fall. Perhaps you can chart a path to his hoarded treasure. I will send you the coordinates of the place where we last met. Okay, apparently we're checking a ship later on. Maintenance station upgrade kits. Not sure what exactly these do, but buying them anyways. Cyber Eagle Raven. 25 willpower. Enemies in 4-cell radius around the Cyber Raven immediately move one cell towards the Cyber Raven and must pass a resistance test or become staggered. Interesting way to get people all in one place. Yeah, I could use our pyro abilities on them because of that. Also more gathered together for Cassius abilities as well. They're more likely to get into friendly fire. For the skull, Zoro Skull can maintain multiple signal effects at the same time. Oh, that seems pretty nice. Blood Feast, 20 perception and 300% damage. Critical damage against bleeding targets is increased by 25%. That is quite a bit more damage. When the Overseer's turn ends, Cyber Eagle attacks the obstructed enemy. Attack has the following possible effects. The obstructed enemy has 100% wounds before the attack, so full health, has a toughness resistance test, or suffer perception bonus level of bleeding. Target enemy has 50% less wounds. For the attack, 50% critical hit chance. A distracted enemy was hit by the Overseer this round. Eagle gains 20% critical damage. So. As for the Mastiff, plus 20 to weapon skill, strength, and maximum wounds increased by 50%. That's a lot. That's gonna be a lot of health. 300% more damage. Apprehending massive attacks. Yeah, apprehended target whenever an ally, other than Overseer, successfully attacks it for the first 3 times in a round. Okay, that's quite good. This per round. And Cyber Massive kills an enemy for the first time in a round. Cyber Massive regains 20% of his maximum wounds. Alright, yeah, that is quite good for Leto. What do you have right now? Only 150% damage boost. No, but it's the one that stops the enemies from moving, right? Yeah, cancel movement. Yeah, pack hunting would be great for bosses. While living snare works better for the regular encounters. Yeah, I just have to remember to swap them out. Probably won't. But still though. That works for our plan. Last one, this one allows relocate to be used on it twice. And then psi rating +1 when powers are translated through. One soul of movement towards the Raven. Okay, it's at the start of the Overseer's turn. Could place it near our melee people. Yeah, then it would potentially help get them attacks of opportunities. So yeah, I could do that. And then, yeah, we'll give the new skull to Pascal. Suffers no damage from area attacks whenever it is hit by melee attack. Melee deals 0 mental damage to the attacker. This one, heretical. Yeah, heretical ranking. So, completely useless for him. Alright, Denrock, let's talk to you. I think we can start the party now. High Factotum Janus Denrock. Your leadership, would you like to give the order to begin the enchanting meeting with Mistress Cabela? Sure, let's begin. Fabulous. I shall see to all the arrangements there will be a short wait, but I assure you, both you and your companion will find the evening unforgettable. Well, he seems quite enthusiastic about this. With your party leadership, everything is in place for your special evening. Cabela, something has changed in Cabela. As she stands next to you, you take in her posture, her movements, her gestures. Every detail in her appearance is different in some way. She has chosen to forego the regalia of the blood-spun web in this occasion, and neither does she emanate an aura of frightening lethality. She casts an eye over the space prepared for you, and glances at the master of ceremonies. With a languid drawl, she says, I must give credit to your subjects, Domin Gamma. Their eagerness to satisfy your wishes is enough to melt one's heart. Jim, you're still in your regular armor, though. Master of Ceremonies. Master of Ceremonies adjusts his attire and gives you both a ridiculous smile, seemingly hypnotized by the sound of Cabela's voice. Anything to please her ladyship and her lovely companion. Well, Cabela certainly knows how to blend in when she wants. Look at Cabela. You remember Cabela as she was at the first event organized by the High Factotums. Somehow, her former outlandishness has completely vanished, as if she had spent her whole life attending only the most lavish receptions and enjoying the high society of the upper decks. She even looks like she's actually enjoying all the attention. Shame about the noisy Raven. Look at the people around you. Servants and junior officers stand at attention. Seems that Cabela's newfound other confidence has made a strong impression on them. All eyes are on her, as though she were emitting some form of invisible, yet deeply alluring glow. Did she poison them? Enthusiasm for social occasions is unexpected. My desire to appear among the people in your circle surprises you, Dolmen Gamma. How so? Does it not please you that I wish to be part of your world, embrace it, surrender to it? I was rather graceless on my first excursion out into the upper class, but that will not happen again. Good to know. You hear a murmur of adoration from all around you. As we marvel at the change, I'm glad that you have found a way to enjoy the pastimes that are customary to my peers. Or I liked you the way you were before. These aren't going to have some horrible consequences, are they? Seeing like you did before, that's more honest to who she was. Yeah, but it's not like her attempt now isn't honest either. Jabella gives you an affectionate smile. It's the least I can do to thank you for introducing me to it. Alright, address the Master of Ceremonies. Oh, I wonder if anything from Kamora is going to pop up here. Camilla casts one more look at the man. Thank you. You truly have gone above and beyond to impress your lady. Master of Ceremonies. The Master of Ceremonies seems to have forgotten about your presence entirely, as he gives your companion his undivided attention. By Mistress Cabela, praise is the greatest reward. Oh, okay, I'm gonna be jealous this time around. Be careful with what you say, clear your throat, say nothing. Or hiss under your breath. Your life is forfeit, you cur. Yeah, that feels a bit excessive. Plus, this is kind of what you're going for, so yeah, say nothing. For humble servants who bask in the radiance of your attention. He bows and scrapes before retreating with an overly courteous expression. Camilla casts you a look. Well then, shall we? Nice view. The noise of the hive reaches the balcony as nothing more than a steady hum, like the rumbling of a distant ocean, the beautiful decorations, and fine delicacies before you could easily make one forget the rot and suffering that permeate the sprawling city below. Delightful. Cabela, her manners are impeccable. One can only wonder where this artful mastery of social customs came from. He glances at you, actually lifts her glass. Very skilled. It appears that you have managed to avoid terrifying my subjects with your very presence this time. Nice evening, is it not? Here to explain the scene back there. Oh, is that going to be all suspicious and everything? Nice evening is it not? Appears you have managed to avoid terrible misunderstandings. Let's see. Yeah, one end she is trying. Should be overly ignorant about that. Play along, I guess? Smile, it appears you have managed to avoid terrifying the subjects. I am a spirit of the Bloodsworn Web. You know how to tread silently, how to be invisible, how to wear other people's masks. The guises of your subjects are not particularly subtle. The courtly sheen to conceal the faces of predators and killers does it not? I had little difficulty inventing such a mask for myself. But yeah, pretty much just an act. As evening as not, care to explain the scene back there? I really want you to offer my gratitude to your subjects, Dome and Gamma. I express my appreciation for all this, at least. He gestures at the decorations and the food. Or should I be thanking you for doing all this with your own bare hands? I am the mistress of this planet. You should save your thanks for me. No, but too much. Looks as if you're being a bit coquettish with the master of ceremonies. You're acting strangely, it worries me. You're right, my servants have earned a great deal of praise. Good, I said everything. Yeah, I wonder if this strange, asking her if she's acting strangely could have anything to do with the Komora deal. Looks like you're acting for the master of ceremonies. Forget I said anything. Where my servants have I've earned a great deal of praise. Yeah, acting strangely. Camilla shakes her head. When I was not strange, I was mocked. Would you not prefer someone with more tact and propriety by your side? Maybe that was the wrong choice. Yeah, she is trying. Alright, so nice evening. I'm absolutely delighted. She sips her drink. Last time I failed to grasp the sheer beauty of moving in the high circles, Dome and Gamma. I appreciate that you have arranged this evening for me. My second chance, I do hope that my demeanor suits the expectations of your inner circle before this time. Better this time. If it does, I only hope that you genuinely feel comfortable in this role. Finally, you have stopped embarrassing me in public. That's something I can't complain about. That's a bit of a mess. No, so yeah. I mean, this does... Yes. Yeah, it's going to definite no. Comfort was never something I aspired to earn, or was even taught. It has no bearing on my choice. I was surprised when I heard you had voiced a desire to make another appearance. The better I understand the world you live in, the better a shadow I can be for you. Right, so all just to blend in. And the finer blade I can be in the hand of the Undying One's servant. Isabella lowers her head and remains motionless for a few moments. When she looks at you again, her eyes are glassy, suggesting that all her thoughts are now turned inward. She resembles an empty shell, governed by a mere fraction of her mind. While the rest of it eludes your sight, you notice that her hand, that's lying on the table, is not completely still. Her finger, with subtle twitches, is tracing a familiar pattern. Oh, okay, so she's in the labyrinth. Cabela, come back to me, please. Ignore this behavior and continue with your dinner. So that's a no. If she's in the labyrinth... Yeah, that's probably ignoring it. Well, she's in the labyrinth, she'll probably ignore you. Yeah, touch your hand. We know how well that worked out last time. Camilla jerks her hand back quickly and nervously. What do you mean? I'm here with you. Where else could I be? So yeah, something is wrong. Several long minutes pass in the suffocating silence. Her aloofness becomes all the more disturbing. Finally, she takes a sip from her glass and says in a suave voice, "This hour is getting late. Would you please show me a view of the hive? I would like to see your domain." A tangled network of streets and bridges in the main hive is spread far below. People buzzing about it. In lit areas, it seems no larger than gnats in the distance. Is that just not lit up or something else? Or missing textured? Might just be missing texture. And then nothing right there. Maybe if we can move out the camera a bit more. Still though, a lot of nice details. Cabela stares past the balustrade with wide eyes, seemingly mesmerized by the view. By the great beckoning fall. She leans forward and then clutches the handrail so tightly, her knuckles turn white, gasping in wonder. What's wrong? That's enough to make your head spin, isn't it? Toward Cabela without saying anything. Yeah, 2 is feeling a bit clueless. What's wrong? Support her without saying anything. Let her figure out what she wants to say. Another stifled gasp, then a laugh. I've never seen such heights before in my life. No distance on the ship comes close to this. I feel like this emptiness might swallow me whole. Cabela turns to you and smiles, this time sincerely. It's beautiful. She reaches out her hand to you and gently touches your cheek, your fingertips gently sliding down your skin. With you, I feel different. Nothing like how the tenants say I must. There's so much more to life than my cleansed deck. Her gaze goes blank, and discovering it has unraveled my world. I am your blade, I am your shield, and today, here and now, I vow to do whatever it takes to become the perfect weapon in your hands. Already, I'm changing Dome and Gamma. She looks at you with burning eyes. Tell me, does this Cabela please you? Right, so yeah, she is trying to be something different. No, I need the real you, not a blade. I'll accept you regardless of whom you decide to be. No one can make the decision for you. No, I'm tired of your emotional tribulation. It's over between us. Wow. No one can make the decision for you, but that decision she's trying to do right now is based on someone else's opinion. This is what it feels like. Yeah, real you, not the blade. Cabela recalls in confusion, but the tenants. What about I've tried so hard? She freezes, tears glistening in her eyes. I thought it's what you needed the most, but the real me. How can I alone ever be enough for you? She trails off, unable to meet your gaze. Her hands finds yours and grasps it desperately. I love you. You should get some rest and let's end this evening here. Say that tonight we have a whole palace to ourselves. Sure, love you. Cabela looks at you closely instead of speaking. She clings to you and gives you a long, breathtaking kiss. Felt the sincere warmth. When eventually she pulls away, she gingerly touches your cheek with her fingers. Get some rest, unless I leave me here. Stay with them tonight, we have the whole palace to ourselves. On one hand, I'm not exactly in a good mental space right now, seems like. On the other hand, though, just missing her feels like might cause some other problems. Maybe this stays, watch over, make sure she doesn't do anything odd. Yeah. Cabela pulls you to herself. Let's go. I want to leave the stage overlooking the whole world. I want to be alone with you. To be true with you as never before. If you say so. Oh.
Could watch you like this forever, swathed in the bliss of passion's wake.
Alright. 8-hour nap. So, was that the end of that? Okay, this is Abelard's. Red hunting, that's Shai's. Rise of Humanity. Yeah, this is Heinrich's quest. Alright, that looks like that clears up Cabela's quest. I wonder if she's gonna have more for her companion quest. Feels a bit abrupt. Because I know with Abelard, I think that is done. Same with Solomorn's. At least Solomorn's feels like it's done. Yeah, Eros, I think hers is done as well. Same with Adira. Then we're still waiting up follow-up for Cassia, Pascal, Argenta, Alfar. Yeah, Jai's we have waiting. So yeah, I think it's just them that we're waiting on to appear. Anyways, what does upgrading this thing do? Unknown. Really no idea what this is about. Doesn't seem like it does anything. Well, we did expend it, so there's that. looks like everything is done here. Yeah, that's Clementia. That's a curiosity merchant. Yeah, Janus disappeared. Alright. Let's then... Yeah, let's take care of whatever's going on in Balstone and Kiavagema. Unvanquished tech heresy once again. Fun. And then delays in Janus. Oh yeah, then we should also talk to Janus, see if we can get the reputation. We need the reputation up with the Drusians and I think the Kazbelica. Yeah, let's head to the ship and do the follow-up with Abelard. And then while we're there, we can start selling stuff to Janus for reputation. Oh, can you not open the door? We have to do it for you. Then we have to Falstone, then to Kiavagama. There you are, Abelard.
Lord Captain, allow me to express my gratitude once again for your assistance. If it weren't for your intervention, my entire family could have been executed on false charges. I could have lost them all. I never imagined the Werserians would be so vulnerable, while I serve as seneschal to the Lord Captain herself, far from home. To tell you the truth, Lord Captain, this whole situation has got me thinking. As patriarch of the Werserian family, I have a responsibility to my bloodline. Yes, it is my duty to serve as seneschal to the rogue trader, and I have no intention of relinquishing that role, if you find my service as satisfactory as did Lady Theodora. However, if I could be more involved in my family's affairs, and still serve the von Valancius dynasty.
Alright, so it's going to leave because of that decision. What do you want? Tell me plainly. Understand your desire. Traditions and old ways must change. I will allow you to return to Dargonus after the immediate crisis in the Expanse has passed. I cannot let you go, Abelard. You are an indispensable part of my crew. Debatable. I mean, we haven't been using him in a while, though he is very useful. Right, anyways, so once the immediate crisis in the Expanse has passed, you can go.
Thank you, Lord Captain. Under my watch, the Trade Protectorate will remain safe and prosper in service to you.
Going to need a new seneschal then.
Well then, Lord Captain, it is time I return to my duties. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Oh, we could just dismiss him right now.
Lord Captain.
Oh yeah, Jocasta, what do you have to say about the whole trial that just happened with Regina? You weren't particularly close to your family. But do you have any particular opinions about what happened? Nope, nothing new to say. All right. Bella, what about you after all that?
Take heed, Nemo. Our blessed
No.
Domin honors us with a visit. The one who delivered this ark from the curse of your existence.
Oh yeah, if the Undying One whispers my name, we'll carry out his will.
If the Undying One chooses to take your soul, he will take mine along with it. You will not fall by my hand, for that is not my duty.
Interesting. And Adira, any new prophecies for you?
All right. The stone visage of the Emperor is fearsome, but it does not see the flames at his feet. The brow of the one who calls herself his retribution is crowned by an orbital halo of corpses. But they do not all burn the same. Cold calculation can break even righteous anger. There is a canister of promethium at your feet, and where to pour it is your decision alone. The clockwork heart of a forbidden relic beats out of rhythm, grating more with every throb. He who started on your path with you will make way for daybreak. In the foundry depths, a devastating blade is forged, one that you cannot hold. To unsheath it is to call down doom and destruction. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. Of course.
Interesting and vague. And Ulfar. Oh yeah, Ulfar's up. Nope, that Ulfar? Yes, he is. I don't think we talked to him since Gamora.
Broke free the bold from captors grasping. Dark cities, feeble dungeons, eternally disgracing. Flows now this saga in the hall of glorious feasting, where all extol the wolf mighty and the yet fatter cunning. I hope you're not going to put off the feast. Our escape demands a grand celebration.
Yeah, I kind of forgot to talk to him after Gamora, huh? What are you planning to do with your newly acquired freedom? Also, I'm not sure of how much we have to talk to him to get his final quests as well.
Find my pack. As we speak, they are likely performing some bloody service for Calcazar. For that reason, I want to have a word with the Inquisitor.
Alright, so when we go talk to him, we should probably take you with us. About being called Vatar.
This is the name given on Fenris to a pack father, a commander or captain. An Vatar answers to a Jarl, the commander of a great company. Since you are the one who commands your crew, and I follow you at present, I am granting you the honored title of Vatar.
Alright, so being polite.
You, of course, are a maiden, not a father. But we have no word meeting maiden commander in our tongue, as all space wolves are men.
Alright, fair enough. You never presume to give orders to one Emperor's angel. You should be in command. No, this is not his place to be in command. Finished the list. It sounds rather savage. You should call me your ladyship. No, thank you for the honor.
Be worthy of it, and see that you do not disgrace this glorious rank.
And then why do you devour your enemies?
Why do you think?
The giant space marine grins, baring his teeth, and inquires innocently. Oh, failed this test. The answer seems clear to you. The bloodthirsty warrior has something gone mad in captivity. Come to think of it, he was probably slightly deranged even before he was taken prisoner. You're not being fed enough, that, or you simply enjoy it. Is it a means of tricking your captors, pretending to be a monster?
Partly, Ed Fetter. It is true that I have led the puny xenos on a false trail to dull their vigilance. But that is not the only reason. Do you know of the implant called the Omophagia? It is one of the blessings the All-Father granted to his Astartes. Nerve nodes that connect the stomach walls and the spinal cord allow me to absorb information from the genetic code of the flesh I consume.
And you failed to know that, Gamma. How dare you?
I have slain many xenos and feasted on their flesh. My captors have watched me do it and taken glee in it, while I have been gathering information and planning my escape.
Yeah, we haven't come along on what his actual plan was. Alright, about your brothers.
Not everyone is granted the right to ask such questions. But you, I shall allow it. What do you want to know about the Astartes from the glorious Fenris?
Right, how very kind of you. Who are the Space Wolves?
Vilka Fenrica. That is our name in the old tongue of our world. We are the fiercest of the All-Father's warriors. His executioners. His retribution. Our fearless Wolf King is Laman Russ, son of the All-Father. Our world is Fenris, and our home the Fang, which rises from the world's spine into orbit. We are the thunder in the bloody storm of battle that calls to us. That is who we are.
Glory to the wolves of Fenris. I never imagined that Bird's angels would be such savages. You Fenrisians seem to bring wolves into everything. Thank you for your answer. No, sure. Go along with it. Glory to the wolves. Smiling in satisfaction, the wolf graces you with a magnanimous nod.
But there is more to our spirit than grim destruction alone. In the Hall of Heroes, we hold feasts the likes of which you will see nowhere else. To thundering laughter, we raise our horns, tell our sagas, and honor our glorious fallen. Though the body of an Astartes is built to be immune to the effects of drink, we invented a way around this taboo. The mead we brew can overcome even our blood. It makes us drunk, and makes our feasts jovial occasions. Mead. You can brew it nowhere else but on good old Fenris. No other world is home to such poisonous plants.
Nice bit of lore from you. So what is Fenris like?
Fenris is home. A harsh land of harsh winters and harsh people. When comes the Hellwinter, a fearsome season of frosts, the merciless world sea freezes, and great white bears, snow worms, and ice trolls go on the hunt. Then, the murderous frost retreats, and boats of harpooners sail out to ply their craft, capturing sea snakes and krakens. And then comes the season of fire. Volcanoes awaken. Waves wash over whole islands, and only the land of Asaheim offers salvation to those whose blood and grit win them the right to live upon it. Clan fights clan. Crows circle over battlefields, and wolfhounds rise up to the sky. That is my beloved home. There is no place in the universe like it. Tell me, Edfater, what is the most fearsome foe on Fenris?
Gonna be the wolf, right? That succeeded. You mentally go through a list of these creatures on Fenris. Your thoughts seem to settle on one strange name. Wraith Badger. Or Wrath Badger. Yeah, I've read about this animal. A small and ferocious creature about which very little is known. Who is giving these tests? Okay, so it's all on camera now.
No, you are... What? Why the Wrath Badger?
Huh, he seems rather surprised. Little is known about it. That means hunters fear to encounter it, and it is the most dangerous.
Very good. I hope to tell you about the black curse of the Wolfen, but your answer wasn't bad either. Wrath Badger.
But he liked it. So what you hear about the curse of the Wolfen?
The curse of the Wolfen is the most fearsome and most terrible foe on Fenris. In the heart of every brother, there lives a dark beast, bloody and forever ravenous. He hungers to kill, not for glory or duty, or his battle brothers, but solely for the sake of killing. For he who falls to that dark beast, there is no joy or thrill in slaughter. There is but dull rancor.
Interesting. So, in icons I have seen, I started these look much less wild. But that'd be insulting. To this Marine chapter, you're far from orthodox. And how many do you know?
Should what I told
Curiosity
you
satisfied.
reach other ears, I shall take your tongue.
Listened. So, about yourself.
Instinct bids me to remain silent. Such knowledge is not to be shared with just anyone. Only those who possess my complete trust.
Okay, so reputation with him is so low. Alright,
Fenris should.
nothing new with Argento, right?
Greetings.
Yeah. Alright, so on to Falstone and then Kiavagama. Then afterwards, we can then head on to the world for Heinrichs. Oh, I forgot to talk to Janus. Alright, anyways, it looks like we have a few places to investigate on our way anyways. Officer Lodex stopped writing status reports. 3 days had passed since the box system broadcasted anything other than subdued moans and wet sloppy noises. Ew. Uniforce their squad sent to investigate reported that the lower levels had regressed to animals as cones to depravity. Had to be cleansed of heresy. 9 damage. Alright, there's a world here related to the homunculus, which we investigated earlier but could not. But that was because there was an order to things. And we investigate it now. Might also still be the wrong world, though. Yeah, still can't do anything. Yeah, a bit of a longer route. Is your sickness fine? Yeah, there's a party genus. Let's go up and the silence of Mercekrit first. Do that a little later on. Merchant ships and pirates. Oh, is one of these the elusive? Yeah, the elusive contempt. Time for elusive contempt to pay for its insolence to battle. Okay, it's not running this time. See, probably just focus on the smaller ships then. Then we'll go along the line with our sword class frigate. That probably won't last. we'll go this way. Really, to the rear. That's not helpful.
Engage the macro cannon. The destination is known.
Good, you're out one shot. You hopefully get you turned around. Oh, forgot we're supposed to switch over to bombers to try them out. Let's unarrange that Corvette. Yeah, that was very low damage. Maybe fighters won't be so good from now on. No, wait, I mean, they're good for torpedoes. Some fairly heavy damage. Nearly dead in the first salvo, or in the first round. Oh no, okay, we are dead. Alright, those are Shadow and Friends. Quite tough. Wonder why they kept running. Okay, we can't reinforce our shields. RNG the wrong way. You know, wait for that one. Let's reload a bit for this fight. Make sure we spend some of the scrap for some upgrades. Okay, that was a ram. This one's hull upgrade. Further upgrade 600. Oh, did we get rid of the bombers? Annoying. Lose ability to start fires, but it is more damage. Oh no, okay, they're the bombers. Something more speed. And abilities are pretty.
Time for a round of space regicide.
I think that'll work. There. We still have to turn this one around though. We can't use both abilities.
Drown them in the void. Unleash fury. Engage the lock.
Not as good as last time.
Sail upon the seas of void.
Oh, we don't have another shield master. That's why. I thought Pascal was already there. Alright, no idea why he got unequipped. Let's again see if this makes any difference.
Finally, some real action.
Unleash our fury!
Yeah, with passing out here, we can use our reinforced shield ability right away. That is very low damage. Alright, still managed to finish that one off. Oh, that's very much the wrong one. Oh, maybe our other ships can take some fire. They didn't bust through the shields that time. Much less damage overall. Oh, why are you right there? You are very much in the way. Well, this one can still move. Good, you turned away though. Still at range of firing. I'm gonna have to reload now. First inside, start punishing shields. Okay, that still worked. Quite lucky. And we're still dead.
Another hit and we will be drowning in the void.
Yeah, but those attempts gonna hit that head. How much was true for that? So let's turn around. Oh, okay, so you could use this. Not the way we needed it. Really? Probably dead this round. in. Stuff like that's enough for you to turn around and start attacking us. Go here. Hit this one. But this goes explode on us, right? No, that's just going to do hardly any damage. Alright, go destroy that. Alright, damage isn't too bad from those interceptors. Still bad enough. You flutter away. We're not using torpedoes this round because we're going to launch the fighters. Alright then. Oh, the macro cannons will do more damage. Worked. Problem is all the damage we're going to sustain from the sky. And move the shield over to the rear. Miss. I don't miss. much more fighters. Good, you're taking damage from that. And this is the last turn for these things. Okay, we're decently away from this one, so I don't think it can get us next turn. Maybe not the best option. It might take us right to the nebula.
The destination is known.
Right, next turn, so that we can use strafe. Yeah, it looks like the extra fighter squadrons only applies for the regular ones.
Launch the devastating payload!
Oh, they really only have 2 shots, alright. Okay, not sure how you managed to retaliate. Oh, that's the one that doesn't cause damage. Get confused there for a moment. Good. The interceptors are being called. Yeah, that should be fine.
Engage the macro cannon.
Right, turn you around again. Promise our legend bombers, 2 intercepted fighters coming in. If we do a little bit more damage, we can get the warp wave to finish off the list of contempt. Why'd you get a second turn? That did so little. Good, you turn around. Yeah, we're looking and see what exactly the radius is.
Drown them in the void! The Void Master, if you please. Commence torpedo launch!
Yep, you're fighters. A gun here. Yeah, we've been in range with them.
The destination is known.
Oh, not me to do that. While still taking small bits of damage.
Drown them! Engage the last!
Oh, okay. Did not get close enough for that. Maybe we can kill more of our torpedoes then.
Unleash our fury.
We need to avoid those guys. You are not going to have enough range with me. I'll send you over there anyways, but I think one of these will reach the interceptors. Yeah, out of range.
Commence torpedo launch!
Let's see. Yeah, let's directly on this way. And jump forward a little bit. Slowly getting more damaged.
Sail upon the seas of void. Launch the devastating payload. Engage the lab! Commence torpedo launch!
Fine, go for that one. The next turn, it's done, I think. Let's see, go right here and then we'll turn around down this way.
Launch the devastating payload.
All the torpedoes.
Commence torpedo launch!
Two turns until warp wave is done. No, I think our torpedoes might be out of range still. Oh, barely. But it is taking very small amounts of damage.
Launch the devastating payload.
Maybe we can get it to go to this field again. is it in range now? Yeah, it's in range. Not enough to kill us though. I don't think it even got through the shields. Oh, these last two are just out of range. There. Then we'll fight on this way. Then we can use a shallow jump. That is healed. If we turn it around. Alright. So we cannot afford to take that damage. Have to turn it around. Take even more damage from that. Good.
Oh, drown them in the void.
In that case, let's head around this way.
Void.
This is going to go through the asteroid field regardless. That's good. Alright, just keep on running away and letting our warp wave go with it. Oh, really? Didn't take any damage this time.
None will lament their demise.
Good. It's done. Just need to wait for those ships to expire. that much scrap. End of the elusive legend. Ooh, starship remains. Well, just all the basic cargo. We get something a bit more special. Alright, it's for the merchant ship. Our captain received a vox message from the rescued vessel. Ship's command sent their inordinate thanks for your assistance and reports. The shuttle has been dispatched to deliver something to our ship. It seems the captain has decided to personally thank you for saving his hide. As soon as the transfer takes place, the ship will depart the system. I imagine they are worried about the integrity of their whole riddled bucket. Want to get as far away from this perilous system as they can. And all just for a Ritopi pattern shotgun. I guess they were being attacked by the elusive. And somewhere back over 1,000. Alright, upgrade the hull some more. Yeah, disappointing end to a very difficult fight. Let's see, something going on in Janus. No, okay, just fell on Gamma. And is gonna block anything? No, alright. Okay, this one's Fellowship of the Void. Yes, rank 5, that's finished. Alright. Security down, efficiency up. Profit down, efficiency up. People up as well. Yeah, sure, why not? Falstone's reputation with delusions. Kava Gamma is... We're getting all the ammunition, right? Yeah, 20% to minimum damage to the range attacks. Or Sacrament of Light. Maybe Sacrament of Light, we do need better maneuverability. Got this one, so reputation with exporters. Rank 5, we're trying to hit the librarian, so we need a secret lair, which I think we are working on right now. Capacity up, efficiency down, security down. Pleasing the tired. Yeah, I think that's when we were trying to get the sword instead. No bonuses, but good damage for Cabela. Yeah, speaking of swords for her, do need to swap her out with that great sword. As nice as it does keep on doing way too much friendly fire. $23, $33, $14.20. Fatebringer. Yeah, this is all armor penetration. Never really did see how good that actually was. Maybe give you a projector of faith? Are you dogmatic? No. No, you are dogmatic. What rank are you? No, just at least dogmatic, okay. Yeah, sure, go to blind demons. Do need to get her better single-handed weapon though. Alright, Beebo 6 this time. Emergencies everywhere. Gorger. Yeah, tech heresy. Oh. Milestones was delays. Alright, what sort of delays are you talking about now? And there's a Heartless. The Adeptus Administratum has admired the colony mind-numbing appraisals process, the completion of which continues to be delayed. Accelerate the process with a generous donation. Lose 2 profit factor. Lose 1 Promethium. Burn a few clerks somewhere in the squares. These are environmental lesson in patience and acceptance. Yeah, not saying what the consequences are. Alright, well, sacrifice a bit of the profit factor. Hopefully we won't need it. The Adeptus Administratum indignantly rejects the bribe. The evaluation procedure is delayed for another 2 months. Really? How dare they? Should have burned them in the square. And we still lost the profit factor. Yeah, some of these things I really don't understand why you needed to be there in person. Okay, so was there a rumor in this area? Dynamic storm. Yeah, we still don't have the capability of analyzing that. What's the other area? What's the other rumor? So we have that one. Our anomaly. Go and bring Ulfar. Cassia, do we need you? Go and bring Argenta instead. Oh, it's the bottomless pit. We have already done this one. Then there was this one. No, because it's a not explored. Was this the thing from the shady merchant? Turtle Skull Swarm becomes priority target for enemies in 4 cell radius whenever it is hit. Coming damage is reduced by fellowship bonus, and his armor is increased by 0% less at the end of the round, and stacks. Increases dodge and deflection. Neat. The ship's augurs have detected an explorer base set up in the middle of the jungle, and forces sent to scout the area have returned, and are reporting that the camp is completely deserted. And the only tech priest they encountered was found dead on the edge of a strange abyss that had split the planet's surface. And by the those left behind in the camp, he had pushed all his companions into the abyss, one after another, and remained forever motionless at the brink, waiting for the tidings. As the tech priest fell into a deathly trance, the several skulls guarded him until the end, but could not save their master from dehydration. Spoils of prudence. Very weak-willed, we've already stared into the abyss. And then that's from the augur. that we can't get. So, on to Kiavagama. Okay, Cassie, do your job. I guess that worked. Alright, just a bit of a fire. Vessel's confessors report discontent among their flock. Organize punitive processions against everyone faltering in their belief. Sanctify all chambers. Not coercion. Alright, not cost us any resources. And then, Kiavagama, what sort of tech heresies do you have going on? Why have you called Gamma over? One of the workshops has fallen to corruption. The machines within disassemble the surrounding mechanisms and swallow workers whole to construct repulsive amalgams of metal flesh. Destroy it. Security up, capacity up, efficiency down by 2. Right, the cursed workshop serve the manufactorum and feed it additional parts. Security down, efficiency up. Isolate the workshop. Efficiency and security down 1. Don't get anything. Do we need mechanisms that badly? No. Destroy the workshop. Manufactorum focus all its efforts on executing the rogue trader's order after an arduous battle. The workshop is purged and with its last seeds of corruption on the planet. Yeah, we'll check out the one on V+6, and if it's nothing again, we'll just ignore the rest from now on. Or maybe I'll just look it up and see if these missions are of any importance. Purify with fire. And this is, looks like a corn fight maybe. Could also be Nurgle. By the way, shouldn't be too difficult.
In the shadows of the Imperians' ignorance, my genius. Oh, how they fear the brilliance
Yeah,
that
this
eludes
corn.
their narrow vision.
And the same one where they tend to throw a lot of grenades. How about some was fireproof? Is there no one on this side this time? No, there is not.
Color the uncolored. traitor.
Rise up to that storm!
And it works. 3 go first. Oh wow, Cassie goes so late. Alright, no grenades this time. Let's see. It's just those 2 demons, maybe. Alright, let's go knock them down.
Rejoice in battle! Doubt is for the weak.
I was hoping a better aim for both of them. Alright, 1 down. And you're immune to fire. But you're not.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
See how the wolf succeeds. None can do.
So they'll knock that one down. Oh, did kill that guy.
I challenge you, damn gift. Wolves die in disgrace. I serve the ruinous powers. This is in battle. Oceans bleed. Out of my way. Death to the weak. Death to non-believers.
A genius at work.
Ah, going for Irrelevant. Oh, rare.
Oh, a wicked thought. Schemes within schemes.
Oh, set you on fire?
Another one is shattered. What if? Let's see.
Better Irrelevant to get rid of the mutant psyker. That's gonna cause trouble.
I understand your intent.
I'm a member.
Deal death with my hands.
Good work.
approach
sure,
the
dispatch the
designated
bullet better.
position. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Weapon at the ready.
Oh, you got a flamethrower through. You ran so far away. Good for you, you killed your demonic ally.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. I hear you moving. No more.
Oh, there's a guy back here.
Painted black.
That's on fire.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Now you're clad in scarlet.
Oh, alright, she finished them all off. Don't need that. Hold on, I'll be right back. Alright. Let's get back to this. So, what was the deal with this world? Oh, did we really stop by here? I think we did. Yeah, it was something we couldn't analyze. Yeah. Alright, never mind. So on to Armor 4 first, and then on to Vivos. Alright, well, another mass prayer. Unidentified beacon. I'm sure that's fine. Just fly around it. But you got the anomaly on the world first. Okay, homunculus related. The homunculus's prism and kept aboard the ship that has been kept aboard the ship has activated again. Augurs detect another Drakari beacon. On this time, the dark artifact from the homunculus laboratory establishes connection with it as soon as the ship enters orbit. The prism shows the next set of coordinates, but the beacon on the planet's surface continues emitting its sinister signal. Alright, well, see what's going on at the site. Some around the scene, the scout's face is no less loathsome than the last. Hundreds of those, who are undoubtedly at some point humans, are lined up in a chain of bizarre geometric shapes. The bodies fuse with each other at the hands and feet, swing steadily unable to fall. Tortured whales break through sewn lips, and burned out eye sockets gape outward from mutilated faces. Very unpleasant hobby. Order the scouts to bring the beacon to the ship. Alright, just a xeno trophy. Remove the beacon from its platform leads to a grotesque spectacle. As if the beacon has sent a signal, unseen devices within the mutants activate sequentially, burning out each mutant's innards with a scarlet glow. One after another, continuing down the chain, the poor soul's body slowly smolder and turn to ash. Alright, end to that regardless. Now about this anomaly. The endless canvas of the cosmic void is interrupted by what looks like a bottomless hole. Sight cannot pierce it. No stars, no planets, no cosmic dust. There's only total darkness. The Augur team has failed to glean any information from the anomaly, and under the influence of a mysterious force, the void ship is slowly drawn into the heart of darkness. The officers on the bridge wardly look up from their cogitators. The machine screens turn on and off chaotically, not obeying any of their operators' commands. Very low tech. Walls of the bridge, the silhouettes and the ship's holy machines tremble and stretch out like rubber bands. Others are malfunctioning cogitators and matted chronographs coming from every deck, as do reports of indescribable hallucinations gripping the crew. While the tech priests are trying to placate the machine spirits, Husband Radvor reports that the situation is bad. Navigational systems are barely functional, and the invisible force is getting stronger and accelerating, ceaselessly dragging the vessel into its dark bosom. There's little time, and the Lord Captain must decide: leave a dangerous place or give in to the force and study the anomaly from within. Alright, sounds like a black hole. Break out, direct the vessel to the center of the anomaly, pass way to the wind, and take no action. Tech use? Failed. Alright, into the anomaly. I think we saved before this. Once the vessel gets to the hole, the faster it's pulled in. Thousands of people on every deck are gripped by panic. Their bodies are turning into thin, twisting threads, fraying and tearing into pieces, exposing veins, bones, and internal organs, falling apart into screws, plates, and bolts. Deck priests continue to offer relentless prayer to the machine spirits, but the binary chants melt into the endless screams and cries for help. Finally, the void ship jumps into cosmic tunnel with a torturous lurch. Adamat 2. Alright, some damage. The former Recologer colony greets you with a vox silence. It would seem the ship has been deserted in the time you have been gone. No, well, at least they're not dead. Alright, go ahead and dismantle it. The workers and servitors hastily flood the empty decks. Your people will need time to fully dismember the old ship. But until then, this forgotten chunk of metal belongs to the Von Valansis dynasty. Alright, we were teleported back here. Alright, purifying the fire once again. At least it wasn't too far. Let's see, and this is Vivo 6. Let's quickly take care of this. Then we can see what these two rumors are about. And then once we do, we can head on over to Calamity. A mysterious warp anomaly has been appearing in the way of the dynasty's trade ships, consuming them whole. Some are confident that the entity is sentient, and that these events are the actions of a cunning hunter. Was that what we just encountered? Wow, lose everything. Our security down, profit factory down by 3. Yes, hackers studied the warp anomaly. Really don't have any better options. The Sackers perish in an attempt to comprehend this menace, but the last of them managed to deliver a message before he's turned inside out. The offering is accepted and reciprocated. Following the incident, an increase in the number of latent Sackers and warp manifestations is observed across the Protectorate. Well, that sounds more like a problem. And the Holy Delegation. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso has arrived on the planet for a brief visit. A great many itinerant pilgrims have come with him in hopes of finding a new home. Well, not the best place to live. 2 times the people organize a grand mass burning of blasphemers, and a week of faith in honor of Reverend Hieronymus' arrival. We use up 2 promethium. Gain 4 times the people. Welcome Hieronymus with lavish festivities. Alright, no downsides it looks like. Except for the cost of 2 promethium for that one. Yeah, welcome Reverend Hieronymus with lavish festivities. The colony's spiritual fervor has impressed many of the pilgrims and have decided to stay on the Rogue Trader's planet. Reverend Hieronymus departed for another world, taking the rest of the faithful with them in search of a planet that could become their home. If you say so, and is that it for the emergencies? Yes. No, sometimes Dargonus again. Instigators, apparently. Yeah, but so far these events haven't been anything too interesting or serious. We can just take care of it on our way down to Footfall Station once we finish with our business up here. Random Hulk. This is the one with the insane star. A strange vessel enveloped in a pale orchid mist sails past the stained glass windows of the captain's bridge. A familiar coat of arms appears on its thoroughly dented ragged hull. The House of von Valance's coat of arms. Algorithm reports that this is the Lightseeker, an expedition voyage ship tasked with exploring the planets of the Quart's expanse. The vessel disappeared without a trace over 600 years ago. Telemetry shows that the decks are empty and devoid of life with no crew detected. Oh great, another ghost ship. The sight of the ancient void ship caused a thrumming headache and inexplicable disgust. Where did it vanish for all those centuries, and how did it end up here? The Boxmaster reports that the elders of her clan wrote details about the Lightseeker. The legendary void ship has discovered plenty of bountiful worlds, where the most profitable extractiums were later installed. The vessel brought countless riches to the Von Valance's Protectorate in the past, but its sudden reappearance after 600 years of oblivion seems wrong and dangerous. Factotum Janus Downrock confirmed that the Lightseeker is still part of the Von Valance's fleet. In other circumstances, the Factotum would have insisted on reclaiming the property for the Protectorate. But who knows what had happened to the vessel during centuries it was lost. Dark powers of the cosmos, or even the warp itself, could have corrupted the void ship. Word whispers of the crew are silenced by an urgent alert. The ship is rapidly changing course, and where is it changing course to? While closely watching Lightseeker's maneuvers, the Seneschal becomes certain the vessel is preparing to attack. Abelard has heard a lot about bountiful worlds discovered by the void ship's crew. But else the same brave voidsmen are at the helm now. Whatever dark powers are controlling the vessel, on one thing is clear. It is a threat. The rogue trader needs to engage the unknown enemy and recapture the property of the Von Lancis dynasty. Ulfar is adamant that any void ship that has spent the past 6 centuries beyond the Veil is crooked beyond salvation. He says it must be destroyed at once. Don't let the Lightseeker attack first. Take up an advantageous position and engage. Establish communications. Vaguely sends one signal after another, urging Lightseeker's crew to establish contact to no avail. A short delay is enough for the possessed ship to assume an advantageous position as it prepares to engage a vessel. Shame. But I wonder if that one ability that we took, the Let's Just Go First, will still be in effect. Alright, we are still going first. Not a whole lot of HP on it. Shouldn't be too bad. Let's see, let's approach on... yeah, to our left. And hopefully we can maybe turn it around and limit what it can do. Although it is right in front of us. Yeah, go ahead and ram it.
Avoid, Master, if you please. Strike them now!
Well, that wasn't much.
Unleash our fury! Oh, commence symphony of macro cannons.
Not quite enough. Alright, so that was enough for it. So not too bad. A lot of heroic items though. As for the continental world, anything new with that? Golden forests of the Amber World look enchanting even from orbit. No, okay, it's just unexplored for now. Guess the rumor was about the ship then. Yeah, alright. Atlas Reach. Apparently we went to already. But why? More enemies of humanity. More beasts, the macro cannons. this the small one that's usually filled with siege enemies? No, this one that's usually have corn enemies. Okay.
What
Yes.
lies?
Oh yeah, and it's also the same stage as last time.
I have a different perspective.
And this time there's a demon over there. Seems like the demon is all by itself. No cultists nearby. Never mind. Right, so there's a marksman.
State your intention.
The battleground beckons.
So I have that. Well, anyway, she can finish him off next turn. The Cassie, you go third. I'm on second. Bloodletter. And then 4 people and another bloodletter. Yeah, if I'm gonna throw grenades, it shouldn't be too many. Wow, you didn't even try to hit Alfar. Good. There we go, throwing the grenades. Alright, finish this guy off. I dropped the cultists or regret the weather. Marksman. Not a marksman. Nothing too special though. Guess we can focus on the bloodletter here.
If it serves your cause. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause. I am not your pet monkey. If it serves your cause.
Even I won't do that. Schemes within schemes. Let's see.
I think that guy's in range.
A wicked thought.
And that's done. Let's give a turn to Argenta. Alvar can deal with this bloodletter over here.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I serve the ruinous powers!
It suits me.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Try to die with grace, at least. If I may. The navigator's might. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Chaos guides me.
Aim for the heart next time.
Alright, yeah, the Faith one.
As the tenant. Trust me. The shadows will see it done. Caught by the web. Let your soul be purged.
There it is.
I shall not fail.
So it shall. My hand is thunder. My strike is I will carve runes out of your bones.
Hit. And 3 left.
I hunger for battle. Wolves reign. None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Perhaps them on fire. Yeah, I really can't reach with that. You, I think you're still gonna be our team.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. This is unacceptable. As each strike is a prayer. is beneath.
Oh, okay, good.
Beyond the veil.
We have to finish him.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
If only we could trust the security crew with this, it'd be so much nicer. Alright, this is going to be a long event or something quick. Oh, under the beacon. Now, Monkus' prism residing on the ship receives incoming signal from the planet's surface and shows a next set of coordinates. Yet again, Ockers determined that, as before, the beacon on the planet is set up in the middle of a fenced area with a multitude of living creatures within. Alright, scouts, what sort of horrible things are there this time? Third beacon turned out to be encircled by an appalling gallery of grotesque exhibits cobbled together from a huge quantity of mutilated bodies. Massive statues pierced with giant black rods depict the battles of unknown warriors with non-existent creatures. Each of the several dozen such statues is created from quivering flesh and still living bodies groaning in agony. Burn the ungodly place with the holy flame. Don't need xeno items that badly. I say that without looking at how much reputation we need some of these from these factions. Not seeing any new locations. Crossroads. Crossroads of Dreams. Hundred Dreams Crossroads, is that it? Oh yeah, it is. Just to the southeast of Pillars. Different name. They probably changed the name from the time the quest was created to now. Well, anyways, after all that, that is a good spot to end things for the day. Good progress with the more important companion quests, and cleared up a whole lot of the rumors. So yeah, we'll be continuing this tomorrow. Tomorrow, though, probably a quick trip down to the crossroads since it's, 2 systems away. No, it is not. Never mind. Yeah, I forgot. Pillars has that connection all the way down here towards the cradle. Yeah, we'll have to do that later then. Alright, never mind. So tomorrow instead we'll be heading up to Garterfall's Calamity and dealing with Heinrich's personal quest from there. Which hopefully they fix this time, because first time I played it, that quest was bugged and could not be completed. So really curious as to how that quest goes. Then once that's done, we can head down south towards Footfall Station to deal with Jai's quest. At which point then, unless the remaining companion's quest appears, we'll be ready to continue on with the main quest. So yeah, potentially a lot of progress for tomorrow. So yeah, more Rogue Trader tomorrow. Then day after we'll be back to Abiotic Factor, exploring the hydroelectric dam. Then Friday, more Hollow Knight Silk Song, exploring all that new areas that we opened up at the Citadel. So that's what's coming up. Nothing else to announce. Thank you all for watching. Be sure to follow or subscribe to the channels depending on where you prefer watching, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube for notifications when we're online. Otherwise, there's always my social media for updates and notifications. Twitter is at Emery_EE, I am RE_EE, and Blue Sky at Emery-EE. More or less the same thing, just a difference between dash or underscore depending on where you prefer to go. Otherwise though, if you don't use social media, I do try to stream every day about the same time, between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central. Usually give it 30 minutes. And regardless of those odd start and end times, towards the middle is a bit more reliable when I'm here. And as I said, I do try to stream every day. So, that being said, once again, thank you all for watching. Thank you to those who happen to stop by the stream live, and thank you to those who may end up watching the VOD. Hope you're all reasonably entertained, and that you have a good day or night, whichever may happen to be, and that you stop by again next time. With that, thank you, and goodbye.